Yeah, hello everyone. Good day to you all. So my name is Akolade Ilesomi. So I was assigned this task for the role of IS information security. So these are the tasks to prove my knowledge, my experience in Linux, Docker, web and database server, DevOps, and infrastructure as a code. So I will start with section 1, which says install AlmaLinux on your virtual machine. So pull up I've pulled up my virtual VMware for my virtualization. So I'm going to open my VMware now. So here is my VMware. So as you can see, so it's still fresh. So there's no virtual machine. So I'm going to begin that from section 1 of number 1 in the section. So now create a AlmaLinux virtual machine. So I'm going to select new virtual machine. So like I mentioned earlier, so to create this virtual machine, you must have ISO file. So which is AlmaLinux 9.6. So that has been downloaded from the official website. So now I'm going to proceed to create a new virtual machine. So we do the normal installation. So I'm going to choose the ISO. So as you can see, so I have the ISO. So if I want to see, you can click on browse. So go to the part where the file is being downloaded to. So here it is. It's under my download folder. So I'm going to select open. So as you can see, AlmaLinux 64-bit detected. So I'm going to proceed with the setup now. So I'm going to name it. I'm going to give it a name. So AlmaLinux 9. So that's the name I'll give. So then location, you can choose a location or select. So I'm going to choose a new location. So this is going to be under my PC user. So I'm just going to create a new folder under here. So I'll call it VMware. VMware. So I'm going to choose this. So proceed with next. So I'm going to, since I have enough capacity, so I'm going to choose 50 gig. So the minimum is 20, so I'm going to choose 50. Select virtual machine as a single file, disk as a single file, then next. So this option, so you can either choose power on the virtual machine after the creation. So then you can uncheck the box to press the start button yourself. So I'm going to leave it as it is, finish. So as you can see, the virtual machine is coming up, but however, this is going to take up to 30 minutes or so before the VM is going to boot up. So as you can see, AlmaLinux 9.6. So test this media and installing AlmaLinux 6. So it's going to load this. So I'll just wait for this countdown, this automatic boot countdown. So to get to 0 before So after the countdown, so when moving to the next stage, I'm going to pause the video so to for the virtual machine to boot up. So while doing that, so let me quickly go through the tags again. So as you can see, the first section is being attended to. So now once the VM is up, so I'm going to configure the network, set up static IP address, set Google DNS, and use custom local host name. So what this means, custom local. So you can customize your local host name, set up the basic firewall, update the system and reboot. Install a package using the package manager yum. So yum is the package manager we are going to be used. So we are going to install Docker for the tests. So however, so for this particular 1, 2, 3, 4, so under number 4 section 1, so this is going to take amount of time again. So let's go back to our VMware so to see where we are. So as you can see, it's coming up gradually. So I'm going to pause this video. Okay, so before we proceed, so each of the tags here, so I've prepared a note for it, and I'll be using VS Code as my IDE. So for my Terraform and Docker file here, and some of the command for each of the section. So I've already prepared my notes for this. So here is the note. So as you can see, so I have for section 1, section 2, which is Docker, section 3, web and database server, section 4, and section 5, which contain my YAML file and my Terraform code. So I'll be going through each of the section when we start after the virtual machine boot up. So as you can see, it's going to take time. So I'm going to pause the video like I mentioned earlier on. So, so as you can see, welcome to AlmaLinux. So the VM already boots up. So I'm going to start the setup. So you can choose. So for me now, so I'll choose the default, which is English United States. I'll proceed. So as you can see, we have three setup here, which is user settings and system. So let me first check this. So I'm going to leave it as default automatic. So there's no any customization. So I'm going to leave it as it is to proceed. So as you can see, so automatic partition is selected. So then I'm going to set my root user password. So then allow SSH login with password. So click on done. Oh, so it's saying the password does not match. So let me type the password again. Okay, so there's no warning sign here again. So then user creation, I'm going to create a user, so which I'll be using. So ideally and for security reason, so I won't be using the root. So I'll just create a username that I will be using. So I can leave that in my name. So I'll create a password for this and make it administrator. So I'll select make this user administrator. Then we proceed with installation. So and another installation just began. So as you can see, it's going to the automatic partition I selected earlier on. So after this stage, the RPM repository package manager. So all those is going to download and install. So this is going to take another time again. So I'll be pausing this video as well. So for this particular phase to pass, then we can proceed when this setup, the installation progresses. So checking again, installation still ongoing. So going to pause again. So installing the kernel module. So the network has been installed. So this kernel module now. So now the installation now completed. So I'm now going to reboot the system now. Okay, cool. So as you can see, so the AlmaLinux 9 VM is up and running now. So I'm going to log in, select my user and log in. So I'm going to skip this. So we are now inside the VM now. So let me open the tags. So first completed now. So the second is to configure the networking. So and proceed with the other setup. Okay. So need to open the terminal to proceed from here. So I'm going to enlarge this and increase the font size. And then custom fonts. So select this, increase the font size. So let's stay at 20, select and close this. Oh, great. So now, so to configure the networking now, so I'm going to and proceed with setting up the static IP address. So I'm going to disable the auto configuration, the cloud init. So which I'm going to run this command. So before doing that, so let's check the IP. So here is the IP. So I'm coming back to this. So let me set up the networking. So to disable the network, the configuration. So a reason why I'm disabling this is to make the static IP address persistent whenever the virtual machine being rebooted or power down and power up again. So the IP address will be persistent. So that's what static IP address means. So now proceed with config disable. So I just want to pass a single line of command. So you can either go to network manager to do this. So but I'm much conversant with command line. So I'll be using command line for this. Sudo t then into etc. config.d/99 disable network -config.cfg. So requesting for admin. So it was saying this is not configured, the directory is not no such directory. Okay, I got this. So I'm going to create this directory first. So running this command make dir -p. So this is a nested folder. So that's why I'm adding -p. etc is the parent command, is the parent directory. So now I'm going to rerun the command again. So to disable our network. So let me copy this and paste. So as you can see, network config disable. So now we begin setting up the static IP address. So before I proceed, so let me restart the network manager, systemctl, restart network manager. Boom. So the network manager has been restarted. So now, so before I proceed, so I would like to chip in one thing. So under the VMware, so go to networking, edit virtual networking. So this is the network interface the VM is using. So and it's NAT. So underneath we have our subnet IP, so which is 192.168.133.0. So this is the subnet mask. So DHCP. So the DHCP is using 128 to 254. So as you can see earlier on, so the assigned IP address is .133. So now if I'm setting up the static IP address, so I'm going to set it up within this subnet, not within the DHCP, within this subnet now. So I'm going to close this and proceed. So we have two ways of doing this. So you can use three ways of doing this. You can either go to the network manager config file. So you use any of the nano editor to edit it, assign the IP you want to restart the interface. So but I'm going to pass this into a command line, so using command. So I will be using nmcli, so which is command utility for managing network, nmcli d. So as you can see, so this is our interface now and it's connected. So now, and the IP is 133. So now let me clear this. So like I mentioned, the DHCP is the IP range of DHCP is 128 to 254. So but within the subnet is the IP I will be picking. So now I will be configuring the IP address now. So here is I have it in my note as well. So to set up the configuration. So let me go back to the terminal, nmcli con. So this con stand for connection. So mod, so stand for modify. Then I'll choose my interface, which is ENS 160 IPv4 dot addresses, then choose the IP address now 192 IP. Okay, to confirm. So I already okay. So and nmcli mod DNS 160 IPv4 dot addresses 192.168 .168.133. So let me use within the subnet, so I'll choose anyone. So I'll be choosing 55, then slash the subnet mask now. So that's for IP. So I will do for gateway. So the gateway is .2. So then I'm going to do for DNS now. Oh, made a mistake. Okay. So to do for the gateway now, nmcli mod sorry nmcli mod the interface IPv4 dot gateway is going to be dot gateway now, gateway, then 192.168.133.2. So that's for the gateway. So now for the DNS now, nmcli mod DNS 160 IPv4 dot DNS 192. So firstly, my internal gateway 192.168.133.2. Then the Google DNS .8.8.8. So now I'm going to set this to manual nmcli on mod DNS 160 IPv4 dot method now. So it's going to be manual. So now I'm going to restart the interface. nmcli connection down So I'm going to shut down the interface with this command and bring it up again. nmcli con up ens 160, so which is the interface ens 160. So as you can see, the two commands run at the same time. So and this is the output for the two commands. So now let's move to the next. So set up the static IP. Google DNS, we've done that. Now to custom local host name. So now before going, I'm going to check our IP address now. So as you can see, we have .5 now, .55 here now. Previously it's what .133 now. So setting up the host name. So host name ctl set host name to any custom name. So I'm going to give it maximum tax. So now let me confirm host name. So as you can see, our host name is maximum. So you can also do this in the configuration file as well. So by editing the /etc hosts so you can either do it inside the etc host. So inside host name. So as you can see, our maximum, so you can delete it here, you can edit it and change it. So I'll leave it as that. So let me decrease this to see my down command. Okay, so I'm going to quit the file now with this command. So hostname again to confirm. So moving on to the tag. So now to set up the basic firewall. So by default on Guest OS, let me first check the status of the firewall. Systemctl status. Firewall service or firewall D. still the same. So the firewall is up and running. So but I'm just going to enable this firewall to make it persistent. So check again. Boom. So the firewall is up and running. So now to set up our basic command, our basic firewall, so for port 80 and 80 HTTP and HTTPS 443, and the port we will be using here. So port 80, 443 and 3306. So since firewall is enabled, so let me just whitelist the firewall. So with this command firewall, so firewall -cmd, then I'll make it permanent, permanent, permanent. My call with it. So I'm going to add it. So this is going to be a service HTTP. So success. So I'm going to do for HTTPS. Yeah. So I'm going to do for port 3306 now. So but that's going to be port, not service. Now 3306, then the protocol TCP. Yeah, so we are done with configuration of the firewall. So now update the system and reboot. So this is going to take time again. This is going to take time, but however, I'm going to pause the video. So by doing your update -y, reboot after the updates. So yeah, so I haven't confirmed if the, let me open a new terminal. So but however, you can reach the internet. So for these updates, so for this update to be going, so that means it can reach outside internet. So that's why I assigned the static IP within the subnet. So because we've already disabled DHCP, so and the DHCP IP range is 124 to 250, 128 to 254. So is it can reach the internet. So and I can as well open another terminal, a new terminal, or confirm from the web. From the browser. If we can browse the internet from this VM, of course we can. So yeah, you can reach the internet. So this is going to take time for the system to update. I'm going to pause the video. So as you can see, this is still taking time. So the system is still updating. Now the system update finish. Now rebooting now. So as you can see, it's coming up. It's up now. So I'm going to log in back. So I want to increase the size. Okay. So let me change the resolution size. Let me increase a little. I think this is much. Okay, so this is fine now. So now back to our terminal. So to proceed with the next task, so which says we should install Docker using the Yum package manager. So as you can see, this the version AlmaLinux. So just to confirm the OS again, so before we proceed, we've already installed update the system. Now to install Docker. So I'm going to open my notes now, so, or the official documentation of Docker. So this is the Docker. So to install Docker now, so I'm going to need Git. So I'll first install Git. Okay, so I'm going to need privilege. So I'm going to sudo c to enter. So now yum install -y git. So this to install git. So let me also install git utils. So also in my VS Code, so I can open a terminal here. So an SSH into the server. SSH with my username Akolade at the IP address 192.168.133.55. Something is wrong. Two dot 168.133.55. Okay, so we can just ignore this part. So and I will proceed here. So So next is to install the config manager for Docker. So I will run the command. So adding the repo has not been added. So and pretty forward to get this, you can either come to your browser and look for the official documentation how to install Docker on Linux, or you say AlmaLinux. So you find a lot of documentation online. So this is the official documentation to install Docker. So I'm just going to select Red Hat. So since they are the same distribution, the same family, Red Hat. So can you see? So they use DNF package manager here. So I've done for the configuration manager now. So you are going to install the Docker engine. So I'll just proceed with my documentation. So can you see Docker CE? So which is same thing we have in the documentation, Docker CE. Then enable your Docker. So this is going to take couples of minutes to install. So I can pause the video while Docker is installing. Okay, so Docker is still installing. So logging in, let me go back to my VS Code. So while I try to log in, so I'm having this error. So on the VS Code, so it said warning remote host identification has changed. So meaning it's good at blah 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 blah. So I'm just going to remove this IP from the known host file. So by doing that, this is the command I'm going to run. So the same command again. Search, I think key gen I think so let me try to SSH back again. So still the same. So I'll just wait to save time. So I'll continue with this terminal. Oh, I realized my mistake. So here, right here, it's still the same command SSH. I put my username. So that's why it's saying hosts Akolade is not found in the ssh.ssh known host. So then I've done that by removing the username. So now I'm going to SSH back. So it's going to allow us to SSH, yes, as you can see. So are you sure you want to connect? So fingerprint is going to add it to no host file now. So I'm going to input my password. So boom. So that's how I troubleshoot the issue. So pwd. So as you can see, this is our Linux virtual machine. Let me do IPA. So yeah, as you can see, we're inside .55. So which is same thing in our VMware. So can you see Naxium, tags Akolade. So Naxium tags Akolade. Let me enter sudo. So now I'm going to wait for this to install successfully finish. So I can either use any of the terminal to continue. So I'm going to pause this video while the Docker installing. So as you can see, Docker has now installed finish. So I'm going to enable Docker now to make it persistent. Enable now. So Docker now install. So as you can see, confirm Docker is installed, git install as well. So now we'll be moving to section 2 now. So we are done with section 1. Now we'll be moving to section 2. So which says pull a Docker image that has both Apache and um and web image. So let's pull that. So before doing that, let me go back to the question. So pull a Docker image that has both Apache and latest version of PHP. This will be our web server image. So run the web server image with port 80, publish port 80 and 443 with its volume bind to a writable directory. So this is the point I need, a writable directory. So the same thing for the database to a writable directory. So and to create container network so that they will be on a single network. So to do that, so I'm going to first make a directory for our database and our web. So I'm going to create a directory, make directory hyphen p, then let me call it docker, then slash. So I'm going to create it once. I'm going to call it web, then comma db. Then I'm going to close the curly brackets. So which is going to create both. So if I now cd into docker, okay, so I'm in my root user, so which is Akolade. So I create it inside a docker inside the root. So what I'm going to do now is go back home, cd docker to confirm both directory has been created, docker, then lf. So can you see both directory web and db has been created inside docker. So now to put the image now, so I'm going to do docker pull Apache that has latest version of PHP. So I'm going to do docker pull PHP, then with Apache now. Oh, so I'm going to terminate the process. So reason for terminating the process is, so I'm picking it one after the other. So it said this task here is create a network, configure container network so that they will be these two image with this ports, web and db with the port, so we be on the same network. So I only create the container. I only create the directory, which is this. So before pulling, so that's the reason why I terminate this docker image. So docker image ls. So great. Let me do docker ps. So we don't have it running yet, so because I terminate the process, so I'm going to do docker create, docker network create docker network create. So let me give it a name, say WordPress. Let me just do WordPress since we are deploying a WordPress. Then target network network docker network creates WordPress. So it's going to create a network. So this is the command, and name it WordPress network. So the network has been created. So now I'm going to pull the image again. Okay. So now we've put the image. So it said put the image that has Apache and PHP version. So now we are going to run the image. So I'm publish these ports together. So bind to the writable directory, which is the directory we created earlier on. So the directory we created for web and DB. So now to do this, now I'm going to do docker run in the background d, then name. So should in case you run into any issue or you need any help with command, you can just do docker hyphen help. Oh, sorry, docker hyphen double hyphen help. So we have help here. So whenever stuck, so to debug, to start. So now I'm going to do docker run hyphen d, run in the background process, then my image, the image we put earlier, so the name I'm giving now, so it's going to be WordPress WordPress web. So that's the name I'll be giving it. So then, so to run on this network now, so we created a network before. So it's going to be hyphen network now. So and the network name, so which is WordPress network. Then going back to the question, so it said publish with port 80 and 443. Okay, so Docker run D in the background, then name it WordPress web, then on this network. So now ports -p. So then it said 80. So bind it with 80, then 443 again, -p 443 semicolon 443 as well. So I'm going to run it inside the, it said bind it, where is it? Volume bind to a writable directory. So remember we create a container, a directory earlier on. So I'm going to tag it inside the directory now. So I'm going to say volume. So for volume now, docker slash web. I mean, yes, docker slash web. So I need to copy this first to confirm to confirm lm. Okay, docker web. So let me wait a minute. So now I'll paste the same command again. So I will now complete it. Docker web. So inside the directory docker slash web slash docker slash web, then mount it with the Apache. Let me go to the question again. So this bind the volume, this port volume bind to writable directory on the hosts. Okay, so Now it's going to be slash var slash www html. So you have it html, then the name of our image here, image here, php Apache. So I'm going to run this. I made a mistake somewhere. Oh, so can you see this where I made mistake? So it has to be double hyphen. So as you can see here, bad syntax. Cool. Docker ps to confirm. So can you see now Apache, so which is running on name WordPress web, so running on ports bind to port 443 and 80. So now the same thing is going to happen for our database. So now this has been completed now, and this, so now these two. So first of all, we are going to put the image and run the image of our database, say MySQL or MariaDB. So and now what I'm going to do now is to first put the image, Docker image. Then after the Docker image, so I'm going to run it the same way I just did for WordPress here. So now to do this now, I'm going to run. So I'm going to put the image. But before doing that, so since this Apache, so I'm going to install a WordPress, logging into to WordPress, this WordPress container image, and install PHP extension. So install MySQL and PHP extension. So to enter Docker image, I'm going to use exec mode, Docker exec, then the name of this WordPress web. So once you just press your tab, so it will complete it, then Docker hyphen PHP hyphen extension ext install MySQL pedo MySQL and pedo MySQL hyphen MySQL So as you can see, PHP version. So you remember here says Apache with latest version of PHP. So after the installation, so I'm going to restart the Docker WordPress container to effect the changes. So Docker restart WordPress web. So now for database now, so Docker pull MariaDB, then target latest. So now we have our MariaDB installed. So I'm going to run the database the same way we ran the. So let me start from here. So it's going to be MariaDB latest tag. So I have the command in my notes. So let me just edit that. So here is going to be Docker DB. So now 2 has been completed now. So however, so I can to confirm, so since we know our IP, I can do HTTP. So let me open browser here. So because tax theory says web database, so this is all about connecting to your web server container. So I've done this earlier on. So where I use docker exec mode to install PHP extension. So ensure that PHP and Apache are running latest version. So connect to database as well. So I'm going to do that again. So but before doing that, so I'll just do 193 192.168.133.55. So as you can see that, so our Apache 2.6 Debian server at 192.80 is running. So okay, so now before doing that, so I'm going to do a simple task now. So to also confirm is running, so I'll just deploy a simple HTML file. So I will create a simple HTML file. So I can do that by using the cat command. So to create a test for the PHP, so I'm just going to do cat to redirect into Docker web, the index.html, index.php, oh, now I'll close it. So now I cannot put my file inside here now. So cd docker web. So fine. So I'm going to create it here and give a necessary permission. So I'm going to name index.php. So now insert mode php. php info. I'm going to close it now. Then escape to save it. So as you can see, I have index.php. So just to show us PHP information, like just a basic HTML. So while instead of showing this, so that's what I'm doing. So just something like a welcome page for PHP and show us information about PHP. So I'm going to give necessary permission so for this to run. So change mode slash docker slash web, then the. So now I'm going to restart the docker, the WordPress web docker restart WordPress web. It's going to be web now since we have DB2 running. Now let's check docker ps. So as you can see, status 17 minutes ago, 8 seconds ago. So let me also restart the DB. So now to section 3 now. So I'll just straight open section 3 now. So which is to just confirm. So which is asking us to connect. So I'm just going to connect. So as you can see, server version Apache 2.56, so which is what we confirm here, 2.465. So 2.465. So then next thing, confirm PHP as well. So the version for PHP 2, so is running. So I've installed this. So but let me confirm again. So since it's part of section 3, so connect, ensure PHP and Apache are running on this. So that's what I'm doing now. So it is time to now fully work with my notes. So there I prepare my GitLab, CI/CD and my Terraform. So that's why I'm opening my VS Code notes now. I'm going to restart the Docker image again. Restart WordPress web. So let me try the website here in incognito mode. HTTP HTTP 192.168.113.55. So I've got permission earlier on. So I don't know. Let me give permission again. Oh. So I think there's a mistake in that file. Come, let me confirm my index HTML again. So I think I'm missing something. That's So the same thing configure. So let's see. Okay, yeah. So this is what I'm trying to achieve. So I don't know. Let me confirm. Unbelievable. So there's no error. So maybe it's, and the permission is actually working. So now, so as you can see, so this is running our Apache now. So let me also try this here now. So can you see? So this is not configured yet. So I just want to show. So to confirm the version of our PHP. So and I've already logged into the server to confirm the version of Apache we are running. So which I showed earlier on. So let me back to the home directory, clean up this. So the last part for this section. So okay, so to confirm database, we confirm the PHP. So now to connect to the database and ensure this is running, latest version of this. So now I have it in my note as well. So I'm just going to so docker exec. So connecting to the database. So can you see I connect to the database, showing the information about the database with my username and password. So to show the version, so docker exec WordPress DB MariaDB hyphen version. So as you can see, so we wrap it up for section 3 now. So now moving to the DevOps part, section 4. You now say download and extract WordPress bound to the container. So which is same thing container. So first to confirm this, I try to run WordPress admin. So it's not running yet. So that's what we are going to achieve in section 4 now. So download, extract, initialize Git. Once WordPress is installed and configuration is created, push the changes to your remote repository, create a CI/CD pipeline for this. So let me close this. So now let me move to section 4 for WordPress. So now I'm going to download the latest version for WordPress now. So I'll go to inside my web directory. So to do this, so paste the command. So I'm going to download this. So can you see latest .tar? So it's compressed already. So I'm going to uncompress it, extract it. So just like extract the WordPress file. So I'm going to extract the file now. So as you can see, it's not extracted. So I'm going to use tar to extract it as well. So I know ZXZF, then the file name, so which is latest. So boom. So let me see into WordPress now. So let's see what we have there. So can you see everything we have here now? So we have a new file with index HTTP. So this might not be relevant again. So this one is just a test purpose for section 3 to confirm the version of. So let me log in back. So first of all, let me remove these two files now. So I can still leave this, but I'm going to remove this. Remove. So let me remove the basic PHP URL I created earlier on. So I'm going to make it recursive. So I'm going to force this. So I'm going to force this. So we now have only the WordPress here now. So let me clear the terminal a bit. So to move forward. So now I'm going to seed into WordPress now. Into WordPress. So now PWD, let me do something. So to achieve this, so I'm going to move everything inside here to web directory. So instead of having it inside here, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do I'm going to either move or copy. Let me first copy cp hyphen now or move everything here. So I'm going to use asterisk everything here to /docker web. So as you can see, we don't have anything here again. We don't have anything inside the WordPress. So let me now take a step back. Oh, so let me take a step back. So we have it here now. So I'm going to delete this WordPress folder now. I don't need that anymore. WordPress. So fine. So this is all I need now. So now let's go to the question again. So once WordPress, okay, download, extract it, host it on the host directory is bound to. So which I've done, initialize git. So I'm going to initialize the git now. So take note of something. So since the basic HTML I created, I've already moved it, but we've not restarted the Docker, so it's still going to run. So that is pretty good now. So git init now. So boom. If you remember, oh, I've cleared we don't have .git init .git before since I ran git init. So I'm going to do ls-a to list all the hidden file now. So can you see we now have it. So can you see the time 13:37? So 13:36. Yeah. So what's remain now? So let's check. So we've done that. So now once WordPress is installed and configure is created, push changes to. So while doing that, so before doing that, I prepare a .ignore for these tags. So let me add .ignore. So we need to install before creating the pipeline. So we are second to the last section of 4. So WordPress has been installed. So with this, so we've already installed WordPress inside this directory. So this is WordPress now. So I've already initialized the Git. So that now the next thing is to push my pipeline. So there is the pipeline I create. So build and deploy. So that's the two stages. So it's going to build, deploy. So now, so now, so build, this is the build job now. So the image, so this is the entry point. So I set the expiration date to 1 day. So then to main, so it's going to put the artifacts, then WordPress install, make a directory. So now I have everything covered here. So it's going to copy just the same process I just ran in the in on local now. So I'm going to push this to GitLab. So that's what the question says. Push the code to GitLab. So before doing that, so I'm going to open my GitLab and create a project for this. So project, I'll go to projects. So to create a new project, so I'm going to create a new project. So I can call it WordPress DevOps. DevOps. So I'll make it private. Then so I've on GitHub Git init. So now the next thing is, so before pushing this, so I will need to add git add. So I need to state this git add this file. So I'll commit git commit. So this is going to be my first commit now. Git commit. So I'm going to say initial WordPress installation. So um So I'm going to set this. So now let me go back to my project. So here is what it's telling me. So I'm going to add a remote git remote add origin. HTTPS so git branch -m main. So now I'm going to push git push -u main origin, then to the branch main I created. So I got this. So I got this. So I have a command here. So I'm going to set my URL. So before doing that, let me add again git add. So already exists. So I'm going to set the URL. Okay, let me set upstream. So if it's going to accept upstream, fail to push some. So I think I got it. So let me repeat and git and git. Let me commit again. Okay, so let me configure. Okay, I get now. So let me just configure this. So with my to authenticate. So here is my email. So I'm going to do that for my username as well. So let's try to push still the same thing. So let me go back to my so already add. So I think I figure out the error is because let me push setup or stream. I'm able to access about the legal formats. So okay, so let me check. unable to add bad illegal access GitLab URL. So I'm going to get official documentation. Okay, so let me show origin. Git remote show origin. So git remove git remote remove origin. So now let me add again. Go back to my so let me copy the right URL now. So now this is how I resolve the issue. So I think the .git adding to the while setting the remote origin is the one causing the issue. So now I'm going to put my password. So now it's pushing to the GitLab now. So as you can see, so this is how anytime I run into the error, so I go online to check for official documentation. So and these are similar the OEM documentation. So as you can see, so whenever you run into issues, so this for GitLab, so you get something like that in the GitLab. So can you see? So now let's confirm if our repo has full finished. So now it has full and we've already set upstream. So which there won't be issue anytime we are pulling now. So boom. So we have our files here. So now what's missing here is GitLab CI/CD. So we've pushed here. So now we need this now. So we need to create. So here is my pipeline, like I mentioned. So I'm going to log in here now. So I'm going to copy this. So I'm going to copy this now. So two ways to add this. Since this is on my local, so I can clone it and download it to my virtual machine or create a file. So, and edit the file in nano editor, create .git in, or use a cat method to concatenate it and redirect it into, so just like this. So I can now copy it. So go back to my virtual machine. So let me clear this pwd. So it has to be under the root. So first of all, so let's confirm. So as you can see, we don't have .gitlab cicd. So now, so I'm going to paste this now. Clear ls-la to list all the hidden. So can you see we now have .git. So now I'm going to add and push this .git. So git commit git commit then my message adding CI/CD pipeline pipeline. So now git push, since I've set the upstream, so I'm going to push. So can you see it's going to ask for my username, going to provide that, asking for my password, going to provide that, boom, and it's push. So now let's go here. So let's refresh. So this is our GitLab. Can you see now? Our last commit 43 seconds ago. So adding CI/CD pipeline. So let's go to our build. So open our pipeline. So for this project, so can you see 40 seconds? So just now, for our two stages, build and deploy, successful build job and deploy. So now let's visit our URL now. So now let me add WordPress to this. So I want to know if I'm not missing anything here. Let me go back to section TV. So I have this. Yep, yep. Okay, so let me create this file. So let's try the question. So all completed for section 4. So I just want to confirm. So let me create this touch. Change mode 644 wp config. So I'm going to restart. I'm going to restart both container first. So both container restarted. Docker ps Docker ps. So boot restarted. So I'm thinking maybe this is what is causing the issue. I already removed it. So HTTP 192.168.133.62.55. This is still running. So I'm going to quickly do something. Let me reinstall the PHP extension. So if it's not coming up to configure my WordPress, so I'm going to use my notes and set it up from from two from section 2. Okay, so now let me do Docker. So I think it's going to work now. So let's run. So now let me go back to section 4. Since I've removed the so I'm going to remove everything here. So I'm going to remove everything now. So there's nothing here. So now I'm going to start. So now I'm downloading and extracting the WordPress again. So I'm going to copy everything here, everything inside WordPress. To /docker /web again. So now we move WordPress. So now I'm going to seed into Docker web. So now run git init. So fine. So now let me create so now let me use a fresh project for this. So I'll still leave this one. So name it section 4. So I'm going to get branch name, get. Okay, before adding, let me set the remote. So let me check the history command. So this is going to be section 4. This is going to be section 4. Now git add. Git initial, git commit, initial commit. So now let me set up the upstream. Again. Also not correct. I'll jump a step again, so I'm going to resolve this issue. So for git, still going to use the same git. So now I'm adding my git. committing. Oh, boom. Everything is added already before. So both deploy. So for DevOps, everything is running perfectly well. So except for this, but I'm going to fix that. So as you can see, section 4, I performed section 4 two times now. So section 4 is fine. So but what I'm going to do now is I'm going to, before jumping to section 5, so I will quickly touch base section 2 again. So using my documentation. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to delete the image, the Docker image, the Docker network, and so Docker PS. So we come so I'm going to first stop the image. Docker remove all that is running. Docker ps okay. Okay, I guess is this space here. Docker ps-q and Docker remove Docker ps-aq. Why is syntax error? Okay, so I'm going to Docker stop so I'm going to stop this as well. Docker stop and Docker yes. So I'm going to remove this. Docker remove image. Sign Docker remove this. Docker yes. This is still running. I stop this. Docker stop image ID. Docker ps. So cool. So let me Docker network os. So I'm going to remove Docker network. So I'm going to prune this. cd firewall slash docker. Everything. I'm removing everything now. So I think this is what is conflicting. So I'm going to force it. So since he said we should force it, so we now have it clean now. Let's refresh. So as you can see, so none is running again. So nothing is running. So now, so it's the Docker image causing the error. So now I will quickly go back to section 2. So which is the beginning of our main task. So I'm going to create this. going to create both at the same time. Oh, shoop, 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 shoop. So now we create. So I think I will continue here. pwd. So cdu1. So to save time. So to confirm, so let's see the file we just created now. Docker ll docker ps docker image ls. So fine. So pwd. So cd docker volume. I need to be sure of what I created here. pwd cd slash docker hyphen volume. So now I get the root of our problem. So something is lagging. So I will continue from here. I will remove this of rf docker. So I'm going to remove latest image. Okay, so we still have enough space. So now I haven't created this, so now let me create the Docker network. So I'm going to put this. So I'm going to run the Docker. So let me restart the Docker. system ctl. So I'm just going to change the name since there's not much time. So I'm going to name it Docker Web Server. So I've named that Docker Web Server. So I'm going to create this again. So there's no need for me to create this. So I'll continue installing the extension. So can you see the root of the problem I'm facing? So it said this Docker is not running. And when I create this Docker before WordPress web, it said it's running. So now I'm just going to totally change everything to web server. Web server. Oh, I see. Web server. So definitely everything we ran before is working. So but So now I'm going to restart this. So now let me put for MariaDB image. If this one is conflicting again, but I'm sure it's the web that is conflicting. So I'm going to run. So if this is conflicting again, so I'm going to change. So can you see WebDB is already, so I'm going to give it a name. It's going to be database data database. I'm going to rename it to database. There's not much time, so for fixing the, so this is running too. So now I'm going to test it again. So can you see it's running? So it's running back. So let's check inside our main host now. So let's test. So before it's not running, if I refresh it now, so this is going to run. So can you see it's now running? So it's lagging. So now remove. So let me clear this. So running docker ps. So the two image just database and web server. So now the two images running. So now let's go back to section 3 now. So section 3 is just verification. So just to check the version. So and okay. So now I'm going to change this to web server. Web server. Web server. So can you see? So now for PHP version. So cool. So for database now, I'm going to change for the database too. So we've already installed this in the beginning during the Docker setup. So we've installed the extension. So there's no need. So now I'm going to log in, change this to database as well. database. So, and this is going to confirm we can connect to the database. Boom. So we are done with section 32. So now going back to section 4. So section 4. So I'll see the into so I'm going to run this at the same time. So we copy, we've already passed the variable of our directory. So let me run it one by one. So remove the so, this has been removed before. Remove our Docker. So now we now have Docker volume. So now we cd into Docker volume. So cd into our directory, our web directory. So git install. So now I'm going to run before running git init. So this is what we have. So now I'm going to run git init now. So you can initialize. So as you can see, git init. So if I do ls -la, so it will show .git init. So boom. So it's not working. So now I'm going to finish the configuration here. So as you can see, so now let me check the password of our database. WordPress DB. So let me confirm. You're saying my one of these is not correct. Okay, so before doing that, let me open incognito. So let's confirm if the database is running. Local PS. As you can see, the database is running. So then we start docker ps docker restart WordPress database. Okay, so let me try this file. So let me just create the file. The file is not existing. So I'm going to do something. WP password. Okay, so you now said I should install, I should delete. So there's nothing, so let me remove it. So something is blocking this. As you can see, so let me create GitHub now. to change my container 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 image. What's inside the container shall connect to MySQL using which. I'm going to put. So now I'm just going to log in into the container. So I can use the same method here that I used to log in into the container. If I don't want to recreate the image again, if I don't want to recreate the image, so I'm going to get into the database with the root password. So docker exec database. So and the same thing in the documentation here. So either container name or the container ID. So then MySQL root, then password. Then I cannot change it. MySQL -u, which is root -p. So MySQL hyphen v which hyphen p MariaDB. Okay, cool. Which password. So I'm not here now. So I'm going to change the password here now. Author user user out. So can you see? So we have it here as well. So let me just copy this and put it here. So I can change it. Use the password at 123. I'm going to change the user WPS at so percentage. So I'm going to run this first. Okay, so now run this. So now let's try this again. So let's go. Opens the user password at 123. OpenDB. So we have three methods. First method is what I've done. Second method is to create the container with a new password, and the third one is to set up wconfig that we did earlier on and define a new password. I'm going to define a new password. So before doing that, so let me restart. So I'm going to use incognito so it doesn't catch. Password authenticity. So the best thing is so let me try this. Or we create the image. So let me have the full setup here. It's going to be WP user password authenticity hostname. What's the hostname? So hostname hosts host is host. Oh, yes, I get the issue now. is the name we change. So I didn't change it from here while running the container. So it's still referencing the ODB. So I hope this fixed the issue. I hope this fixed the issue. I said DB name. DB name WordPress. I think, yeah. So, yeah. So the database is where I made a mistake. So, okay, yeah, I got it now. So every step is actually correct. So I realized my mistake is because of the Docker container misbehaving before database. So now I'm going to run this locally again to update. So let me see, configure. Okay, so I'm going to edit wconfig again. So I will remove this and update it. with the new config. So I'm going to save this. Now cut it. So now we need to complete the setup now. So it said unable to write config file. You can do this. So which I have done. Welcome to WordPress. This is being used to create. Okay, now So the VM is actually lagging. So inside there is showing config file is not here. .php is not here. So and that is causing the error. Can you see? So I'm going to terminate this one here for now. I'm going to exit this server. So I'll continue here .php. I'm going to save it. Change mode 644. So can you see? It's not showing now. So now let's reload. So boom, it's now working. It's actually working. Yeah. So boom, it's now working. So it's now working now. Maximum bootcamp. So now to create the pipeline, so let's test it here. So can you see it's now working across the browser now. So we are done installing. So now for the pipeline, so I'm going to copy this pipeline again. So now I now have my .git.yaml. Where is it? .git.yaml. So 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 now we've completed the, so let me rerun both job now. So let's add git status git git commit. So to confirm this, so already the pipeline is running before. So now we are moving to section 5 now. So like I mentioned earlier, so this is currently running. So you can see our GitLab pipeline. So it's build and deploy as well. This build and deploy. So you can see this build and deploy, two stages, build and deploy. So now I'm going to create a new project for section 5. I will just name it section 5 because we still have a pipeline for section 5. Section 5. So now let me go back to my notes. So done. So now, so what section 5 is saying is install Terraform, define infrastructure as a code for this. So I'm going to start with that first. So here is my pipeline. So I've already defined. So while setting this up, so I ran into some issues, so that's why I comment it. So that has been fixed as well. So I'm going to test this now. So here is my WordPress container user, setting my DB user password. So this is where I bind it to. So just everything from the beginning. So this is a Terraform for it. So this is my output, and this is my variable. So now let me go back into my virtual machine. So I'm going to go back home. So I'm going to make a directory. I'll call it IAC. IAC. So as you can see, oh, so this is the mistake earlier on. So I didn't create the config file inside the web directory. So as soon as I recreate it inside the, so that's when our PHP, we able to install our PHP. So I will seed into IAC now. CD IAC. So now I'm going to move this file now, this section 5. So I'm going to have it in my VM. So to run this locally. So what I will do now is I'm going to cut this. I'm going to cut it So this is going to be our main.tf. Here, now copy it. And create Terraform. Make directory. Make dir Terraform. I'll now cd into Terraform. So let me look at the folder structure. I'm going to paste this. So that's main.tf. We now have main.tf. I'll do the same thing for all the files here. So the same thing for outputs. I'll do the same thing for outputs. To be outputs output.tf EOF. So I'll do the same thing here. We now have our outputs. So I will do for I'll look for this as well. So this is going to be Terraform dot tf dot example I'm going to copy this one is here. So as you can see, so doing for var doing for variable too. That's here. variables.tf. So now I'm going to close it. So now I have it now. So firstly, so what I'm going to do now is now I'm going to install the plugins Terraform. So starting from the plugins, so I extract all this from the official documentation. So adding the config manager repo. So now install Terraform. So now to confirm Terraform has been installed. So it's delaying, so it's not installing the Terraform. So I'm going to pause this video while Terraform is installing. So let's confirm again. So can you see now Terraform is not installed? So maybe it's network. So that is why it's delay here showing command unfound. So now let's proceed. So since Terraform has been installed now, so now I will initiate Terraform. After initiating, I will validate. Terraform. Next. So I'm going to pause this video. So now, so Terraform has been successfully initialized. So now we move on to validate. Terraform validates. So as you can see, so Terraform has been validated. So I'm going to run Terraform apply now. So it says it's going to say yes. So and the configuration file is valid. So which is the response I just got now. So I'm going to run Terraform apply now, pointing to Docker endpoints. Something is lagging. think I'm having network challenges. So 7, these are the results. So next is I will need to first pull the image first, because this is going to take some minutes. So image has been pulled from MariaDB. Now let me pull for WordPress. So this is going to take amount of time. So I'm going to verify the two image. So this is the reason why I'm pulling the image, because the image is going to take time. So it's about the last time when I was writing this Terraform, so then confirming it actually took about 20 something minutes to pull. So I have to terminate it, and so then is after I apply the Terraform. But I just have to pull the image before applying the Terraform. So this is going to take time. So I'm going to pause the video. So we now have the image. So now I'm going to confirm. So as you can see, this is the image and the actual size. So, and this is the reason why this take time. So the next is to apply our Terraform. To run our Terraform apply now with Docker endpoints. So let me clear this. So this is going to be fast. Unable to start container from daemon. Fail to set up container network driver bind connectivity. Is already allocated. WordPress DB setup container. Let me check your copy. Yes. So I'm going to clean up and we run again. So I'm going to clean up and run again. So first I'm going to run Terraform destroy. So I'm going to remove the image. Okay. So Docker remove false forward. Database slash dev slash name. So the same thing volume. So I'll remove the volume. So now let me remove the Docker network. Open network. So now I'm going to remove the Docker -. So I'm going to remove the Docker state, the two Docker states, remove our Terraform, TF state, Terraform, TF state again backup. Dot backup, then and Terraform dot Terraform dot Terraform lock dot lock. So removing dot Terraform as well. So I'm now going to initialize Terraform init. And this is going to take time. So as you can see, after destroying, so this won't load anymore. So, and reason for the failure is this two container that is running on section 4. So I created a network for it. So I'm still using the same name. So that is why it's failing. So, and as you can see, I've removed all the Docker image, Docker volume, the network. So Terraform is going to apply everything. Everything has been passed inside the Terraform to create network. Network. Can you see? So it's going to create network. And WordPress network has already been created before. So that's reason for the failure. So I've cleaned up for section 4 so that section 5 will be allowed to run successfully. So Terraform is still initialized. So I'm going to pause this video now. So initialize successful. So Terraform validated as well. So now I'm going to run Terraform apply. So boom. So plan 7 to hard. So these are our plan now. So for all this configuration 7 to hard. So now what remains now is to pull up the image before before applying docker pull MariaDB latest. So now I'm going to for WordPress 2 latest. As usual, this is going to take time. So cool. Image is up to date. So now let me confirm if both Docker images is Docker images. Then let me grab it and find you WordPress WordPress semicolon type MariaDB. So as you can see, so after cleaning up, so the image is now 1 gig. So now you need to deploy the infrastructure now. So by running Terraform apply. So ensure container link to network. So all this is part of the Terraform and this is where we are now. So let's monitor. So boom, can you see? Apply complete, resources 7 added. So now let me now check my Docker PS. So both are now running. If you recall earlier on, I've already destroyed the section 4 from 2 to 3. So now let's test from our web now. Can you see? So perfect now. It's working. Can you see from here too? So our Terraform work locally. So quickly to set up. So Nigel user. So let me set up the password. Can you see? It's working now on port 8080. WP user. I'm putting my password. So welcome to WordPress. So as you can see again, so now let's go back. This task completed now. So to use CI/CD to validate the code. So use CI/CD to validate Terraform code. So I'm just going to come back. So here is my Git that I've prepared. So now so these are the stages. So it's going to validate, plan, apply, so and destroy. So from this apply, so let me search for tests. So I passed so I ran into issue earlier on. So while writing my code, so I have to pass it through. So like the test now in the section. So just to validate. So I'm going to, so this is my pipeline now. So this is everything to test. So this CI/CD for my section 5 to validate. So I'm going to name it dot git. So go back to my virtual machine. So take a step back now. So we apply my now to check ls-la. So now as you can see, I have my git here. So this is what I prepare for. automatically apply changes in the control environment. Verify what WordPress is accessible and connect to the database. So I'm going to initialize. So this has been done. So this what left, we've already initialized. So automatically apply Terraform changes in the control environment. So now git init, git launch. Okay. Git launch. So let me add my so it's going to I'm going to set origin now. So which is going to be my remote origin. Oh, I've got that earlier. So now git commit hyphen that's my message initial commit. So yeah, mistake with the password. What? Just connect now. That's weird. I guess it's network. That's network. So now we are now pushing to section 5 in our GitLab. So section 5. So now let's check. So now let's get to our pipeline for section 5. And we are one. Continue all the course. So I want to determine if you ever set a train while you're working, if you ever forget. The configuration is valid here. Clean up variable, clean up project and file base, clean up version. So I need to know what's happening. So I think it's complaining here about these formats. So I'm going to check maintain authority. No longer needing the virtual machine. So this Terraform format check. Environment here. So I think when I was copying this is when I'm having issues. So I'm going to recreate again. So I'm going to edit my main TFT again. CD telephone. So it's going to overwrite CD webhooks, CD git add git commit passing my message fix issue with main.tl git push. Push. Pushing again. Let me still with typing of the password. So let's go work. So first we need to confirm our git our commit first. So fix issue with main TF. Now let's go back to our pipeline. So boom, it's now working. Validate. So to validate, so it's not working. So issue that happened here is there is excessive space here in that particular file. I think is don't delete image. So somewhere around here. So I'm able to fix it and spoiling. So plan, can you see? Plan is running now. So and now I set apply as manual. So I'm going to play manual. I'm going to click on play. So spending this long hour is to prove my knowledge and show my workings anytime I run into issue. So I figure out what the issue is, and for me, I'm able to learn new thing. So because this issue might reoccur again. So like the issue that happened with the Docker container. So and this with Terraform as well. So almost done. So verify if it's accessible, then modify and reapply again. So while this is running, so I'm going to proceed to modify. So to modify and reapply, so which can be done locally. So this destroy to is going to be manual. So can you see apply successful? Now destroy is running. So now let me go back to my notes. So now I'm going to destroy. And make the changes. So after making changes, so I'm not going to destroy, so I'll just make a changes. So let me look for the line. I'm going to look for this line inside the main TF, inside the output. I mean variable. So inside variable now, as variable. So I'm going to change this to this latest to version now. So I'm changing this to 10.11 and this one to PHP 8.2. So I'm going to my VM now. So now I'm going to check this pipeline. It's still running. So let me go ahead to make my modification. cd terraform. So inside my variable, I'm going to do variable. So edit mode, insert mode. So this, let me change this to and these two 10.0 10.11. So now let me save it. Escape WQ exclamation to save. Now let me run Terraform plan. So can you see now? Docker MariaDB must be replaced. So and must be replaced here as well. So plan to add port. So I made my changes now. So Terraform apply. Yes. So it's going to destroy the image and create it back again with the changes we made. The changes I just made. So let's try this. This is still running. As this is running on GitLab right now. So while the local is on progress. So looking for the tags. So after modify, so now currently updating, running Terraform to enforce the new state. This is the part I am now. So then I'm going to test again if it's accessible and clean up the resource. So and that will be the end of the section. So I'm going to pause the video while this is creating. So as you can see, the changes applied completed. So can you see database hosts? So database ID now, DB container ID. So the network. So he now said we could confirm this. So let me open incognito again. One nine two 192. Can you see it's accessible again? So can you see it's my profile? So I can see login, WPS. So can you see it's still accessible again after the apply? Same thing here. So can you see is I can access it after the apply. So then what's the last? So done, done. So now to destroy the resource, and that will be the end of this session. So I'm going to destroy now. So now before destroying, so on my GitLab, so as you can see, the pipeline all runs successfully. So this is automatically on the GitLab. So for my local now, so I'm going to destroy. So as the WordPress URL now accessible on port 80. So now 7 resource to destroy now. Destroy, 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 destroy. So yes, destroy. Yeah, or destroy. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.